is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are San Diego.
An unusual sight, to say the least. It is raining here at Petco Park in San Diego. The tarp is on the field as we get ready to play the middle game of a three-game series between the Padres and the Arizona Diamondbacks. We are in the midst of a rain delay. This game will not start on time here tonight from Petco Park. We hope to play baseball. We hope to play game two. Don Orsillo along with Mark Rent. Welcome to Padres baseball. Well, tonight the Padres, if they do play in this game, will have Will Myers back in the lineup again and at first base, and he's had a career year, Mark Rent.
He really has, and it's fun to watch Will Myers put up the numbers because he's healthy. I think that was on everybody's wish list going into this year, Don. 600-plus plate appearances. 145 games, the home runs, the RBIs, the stolen bases. Now this year, all told, walks, hit batsmen, sacrifice flies, 624 plate appearances. You know what the most was in 2013? 373. There's been ups and downs, knock on wood, no injuries for Will Myers, using the whole field and playing a good first base as well. So, hey, hats off to Will Myers. He's going to get a full year under his belt at the big league level.
Well, tonight he and the Padres will be dealing with Archie Bradley, who gets to start for the Diamondbacks.
Well, when you look at the ERA versus the Padres, a 6 ERA, almost 1.5 runners on his whip. And sometimes Archie Bradley looks like the prospect that he's been in the minor leagues. Does he have that one wipeout pitch? Not really. He's got the good curveball at times, but can he throw it early enough for strikes to make that fastball more effective? Pretty much 4-pitch pitcher, 2-seam, 4-seam, changeup, and a curveball. But another little nugget about Archie Bradley, if he works quickly and gets ahead, that's when he's at his best. If he kind of slows it down a little bit and nibbles, yeah, that's when you can get to him.
Well, tonight it'll be Paul Clemens on the mound for the Padres. When we do get it started, we'll come back and Julie Alexandria will join us, telling us a little bit about how deeply he would like to get into games as he climbs back. We're back with more after this, and a rain delay right now from Petco Park in San Diego.
And Don, his scouting report is brought to you by Anderson Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Hey, the curveball feel early is really key. When Paul Clement stays on top and spins that number 2, he's got a really good one. And also keep the ball in the yard. 12 home runs surrendered this year by Paul Clemens. He's making his 12th start of the year.
Padres defensively behind him, brought to you by your San Diego County Ford dealers. Left to right in the outfield, Alex Dickerson, Travis Jankowski, and John Jay. In the infield, it's Ryan Schimpf, Luis Sardinez, Adam Rosales, and Will Myers, with Derek Norris doing the catching for Paul Clemens. He gets his 12th start, overall his 16th appearance. Look at the 4-man umpire crew tonight. David Rackley has the play call on the balls and strikes with Chad Whitson at first base, Alfonso Marquez at second base, and the umpire at third is Larry Vandover. Clemens coming in at 3-5 on the year, 16th appearance, 12th start, a 4.94 earned run average for Clemens.
Well, last start for Paul, he pitched well, 5 shutout innings, got the win. That was against the Giants back on the 12th. See if he can go deep into the ball game as well. Andy Green, the manager of the Padres, made that little note before tonight's start.
First pitch of the ball game outside to Gene Segura, and we are underway. Segura having a very good season, 319 average coming in, 17 homers, 59 runs batted in. He's been one of the great bright spots in what has been a gloomy year for the Diamondbacks, and so much was expected of them going into spring training. High expectations that have just not happened, unfortunately, for the Diamondbacks and the man at the helm, Chip Hale, coming into this year. Diamondbacks at 63-87, 22 games back, virtually tied to begin the night with the San Diego Padres in the standings. And Segura has been a bright spot. There's the first strike of the game for Clemens, and it's now 3-1. Paul Goldschmidt, always a bright spot for the Diamondbacks. Goldschmidt, 20 home runs, 85 runs batted in on the year. Popped up foul back in our direction, and a full count now as Clemens battles his way back.
Oh, 5 homers, 8 RBIs over the last 7 games for Segura. If they can keep him quiet in this series, and once again, leading off, getting on base, it sets the table. You know, with the way Goldschmidt is swinging the bat now in the number 3 spot, he's kind of struggling right now. But still keep runners off before he hits the plate.
And Segura leads the National League in hits with 190 on the year. 6 ahead of the Rockies' G.J. LeMahieu. And there it is, 190 hits for him on the season. Most hits in a single season as far as Diamondbacks records go. And only one has gone up over 200 back in 1999, Luis Gonzalez. Payoff pitch, and Clemens loses Segura to get it started. So the walk for Segura in the first inning. Let's take a look at the keys to the game. Brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealers.
Well, one of the keys already doesn't fit the lock. Keep Segura off base. Well, you've got Owings coming up and then Goldschmidt batting third. And offensively for San Diego, get to Bradley early.
And Segura aboard here, and here is Chris Owings, the shortstop.
And as we mentioned in our pregame show, Bradley's struggling against the Padres this year. The 6 ERA with a 1-1 record. Hopefully they can add on to that.
Clemens starting off ahead. Something he could not do with Segura. The only area of drying agent that is apparent on the infield is over by first base. That was an area that they had worked on before putting the tarp on earlier and lining the field. 0-1 pitch with Segura going is driven to deep center field. Jankowski on the run will get back there to make the catch. Retagging at second and having to go all the way back to first is Segura. He will sliding in safely. A nice running catch out of deep center field by Travis Jankowski.
Well, it looked like Travis was playing on the first base side of second base towards that right center field gap a little bit more. You can see him. Now he's got to really go. Oh, he makes it look so easy. Now he got to retag. Derek Norris is saying get it in quickly. But Segura gets there in time. Travis pulled the chute, extend at the last second, and he gets that ball in as quickly as he can. That's going to be a bad feeling for a base runner when you cross a bag and then now you got to hustle it all the way back.
Because he had rounded second.
Yeah.
And he got a retag on the way back. Paul Goldschmidt. .295 average coming into tonight's action. 20 homers, 85 runs batted in. Back to the lineup, given a rest yesterday, game 1 of the series. Left on deck as it turned out last night. He has not homered in his last 21 games. And has been relatively quiet, hitting at .244. That one almost thrown away by Clemens on the check at first.
Seems like, and this happened last time the Padres were in Arizona. Paul Goldschmidt, he would leave good pitches go by and find himself in the hole. And then as a pitcher, you expand and it takes the sting right out of his bat. So let's keep an eye on Goldschmidt. See if he lets some good pitches go early.
Takes a good hack there. He hasn't homered in 21 games.
And he hasn't gone to the opposite field in a long time either. That's been another big key because when Paul Goldschmidt is swinging the bat well, he goes to right center field, the opposite field.
Still has 20 homers, 85 runs batted in, and ground ball up the middle. Ranging is Sardinez. He'll touch second. Fire on to first. Double play. Erases that leadoff walk allowed by Clemens, and out of the first is Clemens. Padres are coming up. Almost an hour and a half rain delay here tonight as the Padres coming up here in the bottom of the first inning. Their lineup is brought to you by Toyota. Travis Jankowski leading it off with John Jay in right, Will Myers at first base, Brian Schimpf at third with Alex Dickerson in left, Adam Rosales at second, Derek Norris does the catching, Luis Sardinez at shortstop, and Paul Clemens the pitcher out of the 9 spot for Andy Green. Archie Bradley on the hill for the D-backs. Jankowski ready, and first pitch to him, a breaking ball, is going to miss high.
Well, Archie Bradley, the 23-year-old, making his 24th start, and you just saw a curveball. He throws that secondary pitch quite a bit, along with the 2- and 4-seamer, changeup. Tough with runners in scoring position. When he gets his back up against the wall, hitters only hit 227 with runners in scoring position for Bradley, and he will go to that curveball anytime.
Well, the numbers for him coming in at 7 and 9 overall, and you look back over the course of his year, and generally there's kind of been a blow-up inning somewhere in the middle.
There's that one pitch, that one inning that he can't get through that really is the difference. And another key is if he works quickly and hits his spots. If he starts to nibble, could be a rough go-around for Archie Bradley.
That's falling behind here to Travis Jankowski, 3-1.
By the way, that number at 227 with runners in scoring positions, it's tops amongst rookie starters.
Last 4 starts been pretty good, 3-1. His ERA is up over 5, 5.14 ERA in those 4 starts. But the Diamondbacks have backed him up offensively with over 7 runs a game. That'll help. This one carved foul, still a full count to Jankowski. He's had trouble against the Padres, 1-1 with a 6.00 ERA, and that's the hard numbers: 12 earned runs and 18 innings pitched.
Well, is he going to drop the hammer early for strikes and then expand late?
Fouled off again. 93 on that last fastball. Jankowski, Jay, and Myers here in the first inning. Nice outing again by Clayton Richard, getting it done again. Really been very good in the Padres uniform in his return to San Diego.
What a pleasant surprise the left-hander has been.
Tyson Ross. It has been a frustrating year for Tyson Ross. Just the one appearance opening day. And that's it.
I'll tell you what, you talk about in spring training, Andy Green announces early it's going to be Tyson Ross. He gets the lid lifter, the opener, right? And one start, shut it down. That has got to be so discouraging.
On the ground softly. Goldschmidt will let it go to Segura. Covering nicely is Bradley. And they retire Jankowski finally. Well, the Diamondbacks defensively brought to you by Ford of Escondido. Left to right of the outfield, Brandon Drury. Mitch Haniger, Yasmani Tomas. Third to first, Jake Lamb, Chris Owings, Gene Segura, and Paul Goldschmidt. Tuffy Goswitch doing the catching for Archie Bradley. And with Bradley having to cover, give him a little extra time. Jake Lamb coming from third base. I think the at-bat there for Jankowski ended up being a 9-pitch at-bat.
And you know what? Make a little mental note. It was a 3-2 curveball that eventually got him to ground out. That is in the back of the minds of the hitters. That means he'll throw it any time.
A little slip there at the end of that delivery as Bradley checking out the landing area.
Yeah, you see the little egg carton behind the mound there, that little thing with the stuff sticking up so you can go back there and clean out your cleats. Looks like a little egg carton right there. That's so you can clean out your cleats.
Does it work?
Well, you know what? It's so damp out there and it's a consistent rain that once you clean them off, even when you walk on the grass, you get back up in that dirt, it's going to get some tremendous gunk underneath your shoes. As Archie Bradley's a high 3/4 arm delivery.
In the air, down the left field line. Drury headed over, but he won't have a play.
Pretty traditional mechanics from Archie Bradley. Trash bag night here tonight. That's a good way to make a poncho.
Well, this is my first rain delay. I didn't know we had a tarp. This is awesome. This is only the second time it's rained since I've lived here.
It's really unbelievable when you think about it.
1-2, line down the left field line and foul again.
We just come to the ball yard each and every night thinking that we're going to play baseball. You don't even think about inclement weather.
It just doesn't happen.
And now it's all worth waiting around for the rain delay. Oh, what?
Oh, not a clean catch.
Yeah.
Barehanded bid. That'll skip in and even the count at 2-2.
That's why you've got to bring your guante to the ball yard. See, that kid's got his glove there.
Yep, got the poncho going too.
Yeah.
See, I like the clear poncho because then it doesn't affect you fashion-wise. You're still able to see what it is you got going on.
That's right. Still showing your colors and your support for your club.
The hefty bag doesn't do it, although unless you have the logos on there.
That's a good look.
Late swing and a foul ball. Trying to collect some water.
See how he's got his thumbs blocking the holes in the top of the helmet?
Yes. Keep the water in the helmet.
Yeah.
See, I like that. I like having the logo on there.
Those are cool.
Not crazy about that.
They just got done picking up trash on the freeway.
But he's protecting a cast, which is another issue.
That's really nice. You don't want to get that plaster all wet.
No. We don't have a lot of this. Never get this. 3-2. That's fouled off. Another lengthy at bat here turned in by a Padre hitter to start this game. 17 pitches to the first 2 hitters.
How you doing? A couple of battles going on here with Jankowski. Now John Jay.
Payoff pitch again. And that's going to drop in there for strike 3. Jay Newitt takes with him the first strikeout for Archie Bradley. 2 down.
There's that curveball again for Bradley. He threw a 3-2 to Jankowski to get the grounder and to put away John Jay. Watch him get on top. High 3/4, and that's the old 12 to 6er. Mid-thigh high for strike 3.
So 2 down here in the first brings up Will Myers.
I think in between innings, the grounds crew is going to be really busy with that turfus stuff. You mentioned the lighter color drying agent over by first base just to keep that infield dry. There's a lot on the pitcher's mound.
A lot around home plate too.
Yep.
I mean, really 3 areas that I can see: the pitcher's mound, the plate, and over by first base where Paul Goldschmidt right now is standing. Now Myers last night his 16th home run at home, 26th on the year, and he jumps ahead 2-1. On deck, Ryan Schimpf. Padres batting here in the bottom of the first inning. Myers with a big cut there.
Tough to lay off that fastball middle in. Oh, actually coming up and into Will Myers.
Carves it foul. Well, for Will Myers, a lot of career highs this year. Most games ever played. And this is the result of what you get numbers-wise when he has a chance to play a full season.
Well, they saw him as a Tampa Bay Ray Rookie of the Year, and it was just injuries that was holding him back. And on everybody's wish list, 600-plus plate appearances, hopefully.
Down to third, Jake Lamb takes care of business to end the inning. Padres down in order. Done with 1, no score.
play as well as you like. I think that goes for every single player in the major leagues. I think Paul Goldschmidt's been through a little stretch on the other side here where he's punched out more than he normally does. All great players go through those stretches. It's how they rebound that ultimately makes them great. So he's, in the last few games, really swung the bat well. He's looking better and better. And, you're down to just a handful of games left, and you want to run through the finish line.
Andy Green has made mention multiple times this season about how a player battles through and ultimately overcomes adversity to show the test of his true character. And for Wil Myers, he told me it's nights like last night when he set a new single-season record at number 16 for home runs here at Petco that allow him to make it through and give him the momentum to make it through the rest of the season.
All right, Julie, thanks very much. Well, it has been fun to watch this year. Wil Myers on a daily basis.
Hey, when it's all said and done, like Andy Green said, you run through the finish line, right? There's no giving up. You've got at-bats, you've got numbers. And, personal statistics are a huge part of this game. Sure, Wil Myers wants the team to win, but I'll tell you what, he's going to go home in the offseason and be very proud of himself for the kind of year. He's an all-star now. That's a big league first baseman all-star that the Padres have right there.
One down here in the second inning is Lamb flying out to right. Here's Yasmani Tomas. One shy of 30 home runs on the year.
And you know what, another nugget about Will? It's not like he was chosen because, okay, well, the Padres need a rep. Let's just, he's having a decent year. No, those were legitimate all-star numbers that he had to warrant that all-star honor.
Really, in both cases, Wil Myers and Drew Pomeranz having a very good first half and earned his way onto the All-Star team as well, and both, of course, appeared in the game.
And also, you can almost say Fernando Rodney went as a Padre, right?
Yes.
I mean, of course, he was with the Marlins, but he had a great first half as well.
His great first half really came here.
Yes.
Of course, when he originally arrived in Miami, worked the 8th inning, a different role. Tomas with 29 homers, 75 runs batted in. That's here with Brandon Drury waiting on deck. Diamondbacks batting in the second and just joining us. About an hour and 5-minute rain delay, something like that, hour and 10. So on foul back to the screen.
Well, one thing about Tomas is that he will chase with 2 strikes. He'll chase, first pitch.
I think the rain has actually stopped now. Looking up to the light towers. It was like a light rain when we started, more of a mist than anything else. Tomas on the ground, but foul. Now the bumpy road of 2016. Of course, Tyson Ross, who had just the opening day appearance. Myers in the first half, and then the second half starting to figure it out here. Last couple of weeks has been much better. And Shelby Miller, 2-12, spending a long time minor leagues this year too, trying to figure it out for the Diamondbacks.
When you have an acquisition like that, it's supposed to be one of the studs in your rotation, and then one of your main guys gets hurt offensively. Those are 2 huge voids.
I mean, Pollock in spring training out for the year. That changed to me the entire complexion. I mean, I know it's one guy, but still, it was a huge, devastating injury for the Diamondbacks out of the gate. Swing and a miss. Tomas chasing the high fastball at 93. First strikeout for Paul Clemens, 2 down.
That's the key, the chase on the high fastball. Going up the ladder and working underneath it just a little bit. And you know what? That ball where it crossed the bat, it was down by the label. So even if he hits that, he's going to just pop that up, a weak fly ball.
So 2 down here in the second inning brings up Brandon Drury. Drury getting started in left field for the Diamondbacks. Now, as a starting pitcher, you think about rain delays. I mean, how big a deal is it as a starter in rain delay? You're going to play this game, you're not going to play this game. I mean, from a mental standpoint, how hard is it?
I hated it because I'm antsy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You know me.
I do.
I want to get out there and get going. So if there's any type of delay, it even got to the point where you want your team to score runs for you. No, I mean, that's the object of the game, right? But it would almost get to the point where a team would score 3 runs, 4 runs, and I'm like, okay, guys, I want to go back out there.
Let's go.
Come on, let's go.
Enough scoring. I need to throw.
Now, when it comes to a rain delay, you've got your routine that you go through the day, and then you're delayed. It's, for me personally, it was like, drove me nuts.
I can't imagine. It was bouncing off the walls in the clubhouse during a rain delay.
And then you add on like 8 cups of coffee.
Oh.
Right?
I can't even imagine.
Yeah. You gear up for that one game once every 5th day. You want to get going.
He's jumped ahead of Drury, and he takes care of business on the breaking ball. Back-to-back Ks for Clemens. Tomas and Drury both gone. Scoreless. He's been over the last 6 starts. Look at the numbers, 3-1 with a nifty 1.46 earned run average.
The one word that really sticks out is consistency. I'll tell you what, he's pitching at a pace right now to where he's putting hitters in fits. He's getting ground balls when he pitches exactly where he wants to with the breaking stuff, with the fastball. I mean, you look at his numbers, hits to innings pitched. You see the line last night. I mean, that makes pitching fun when you make good pitches early. They beat it into the ground, and the ground ball's been the big, big key for Clayton Richard.
Let me ask you this. How different is his arm angle now than when last he was a Padre?
Good question, because when he threw the first pitch back with the Padres this year, I went, whoa, 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 stop the clock. Something's different about his mechanics.
Lower, right?
Well, it's a little lower, but he's slower on his front side because he was very, very quick with his leg kick. So he had to be quick on the backside, and he told me personally, my arm couldn't catch up. I didn't get into good position. So he slowed it up on the front side, comes out of his glove slowly, and then lowers the arm angle a little bit, but gets in that consistent arm angle to where he stays down in the zone and gets ground balls.
As you can see right off the elbow for Shemp, just kind of grazed him. And aboard at first base, the hit batsman to start the second inning. First base runner of the night for the Padres. Alex Dickerson, his first at bat of the night. And I'm trying to remember when we saw him in Chicago, because we did when we were there earlier in the year. I know you were not there.
Right.
That was Mark Sweeney, but I felt like it was even lower than
before.
When he was in Chicago. Yeah.
Oh, in Chicago?
To begin this year.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe I'm wrong. I have to ask him whether or not it is actually lower than it was when he was in Chicago. The 1-0 pitch, he is outside.
He's been lights out, though. He's been fun to watch.
Tremendous.
I mean, when he's missing down out of the zone. He's going up by design. You know, the breaking ball, he can expand the zone because he gets quickly ahead.
Look forward to his starts. There's no doubt about it. Alex Dickerson, 249, 9 homers, 23 runs batted in, batting out of the 5 spot. Diamondbacks at double play depth with Schimpf at first and nobody out here in the home half of the second inning. Well, a grounder foul, 2-2.
Here's what I think on a night like tonight. We've had a lot of rain. The outfield is wet. If you're a base runner or even a hitter that hits the ball to one of the gaps or even right at an outfielder, be very aggressive around the bases because that ball might be a little wet. They don't get a good grip. You know, you can always retreat back to the bag, but be aggressive around the bases, trying to take that extra base in case in the event of a wet pellet to the outfield. A wet onion.
That's blocked there by Goswitch. No advance at first base for Schimpf. Dickerson with a couple of hits in his last start, going 2 for 4, and he's never had a hit off Archie Bradley. 0 for 4, not a huge sample size.
Fastball in right here.
Dickerson lines it towards the gap in left center field. That's going to get down and roll a while. Meanwhile, Ryan Schimpf coming all the way around from first base. He'll score the game's first run on an RBI double by Alex Dickerson. It's 1-0 San Diego.
Oh, you talk about missing big time. Bradley wanted to bury that fastball in, and that ball finds the heart of the plate. And you know what? Dickerson does a nice job. You know, when a kid like Dickerson with a quick bat takes the ball the opposite way, that's really nice. Schimpf is off and running with the pitch, and because he splits the gap, he can score easily. That's crushing a mistake off the bat of Alex Dickerson.
So the Padres strike first here in the bottom of the second inning, and it brings up Adam Rosales. Showing bunt, but pulling it back and taking ball 1. Into double figures. 7 RBIs, 224 average. The 1-0 is swung on and fouled back, 1-1. Hit batter, a double, and a 1-0 Padres lead here in the second inning.
Did you see what Adam was doing?
What was that exactly?
I don't know, he was making like a horse noise or something. You know? He's flapping his gums right there.
Watches the strike into the gloves, barely picks up that corner. Maybe.
I think he's trying to jam him. Look at those 3 spots he's throwing that fastball down and in. Trying to get that grounder down to Jake Lamb. Keep the ball in front of the runner. That means as a pitcher you want him to hit the ball to either shortstop side or the third base side so you can keep that runner at second base and then throw him out at first base. Keep that ball in front of the runner.
Swing and a miss, and Rosales strikes out. Second K for Bradley. And the first out of the second inning. Well, of course, the championship being held tonight of AAA. Pacific Coast League against the International League, and Chris Parmalee with a home run right out of the gate for Scranton Wilkes-Barre. A 3-run shot, and that's all they would need as it turned out. El Paso does get a run. Austin Hedges with an RBI single. Part of a 1-for-4 night, but that 3-run home run in the first inning holds up for Scranton Wilkes-Barre, and they win the AAA National Championship after the El Paso Chihuahuas had already won the PCL.
And congratulations to the Chihuahuas.
Tremendous year. And you think about it, how many of those guys who were on the team on the regular season ended up here? I mean, many of the guys who were doing it there were guys who were AA for a lot of the year. And it shows you the depth this organization now has. Very good. And a bright future. Well, Derek Norris. 13 homers, 39 runs batted in, and a late time call. Very late. And Bradley has to stop himself at the base of the hill. How many do you think we'll see tomorrow?
I'm going to guess 3 to 5.
Somewhere in there? I'm thinking 4.
Okay, that's in between.
Yeah. Figure another catcher. Probably another reliever at least.
Exactly. You know what? For the last 2 weeks, you got to beef up that bench a little bit, right?
Absolutely. Everybody else has. But because, you had your team trying to win a championship, you kind of left them alone.
I mentioned in Colorado, Andy Green, the manager for the Padres, he's been not only hamstrung, he's got both groins blown out ACL. He's got a torn Achilles. When it comes to his bench,
they're kind of short this time of year. And everybody else working with a lot of players. Strike 3 call. Norris will take it with him, the 3rd K for Archie Bradley. Well, last time out for Archie Bradley against the Dodgers. Look at the numbers. You mentioned he's been getting a lot of run support. 6 innings, giving up 3 runs. Technically, a quality start. 7 strikeouts. Scattered 9 hits.
And when you get that kind of support and love as a pitcher, you can make a mistake here and there, and it really doesn't come back to hurt you. You got some wiggle room.
They're going to put on intentionally Sardinez with the pitcher Clemens on deck. So a 2-out intentional walk here of Sardinez. Mentioned last 5 starts for Bradley. He's been averaging over 7 runs of support a game from his offense.
If I'm a pitcher coming up right here, he's thrown 4 wide ones, right? I'm going to take a strike. I think that would be pretty much protocol for any pitcher. Hey, make him find his zone again. He might fall behind 2-0.
So Sardinez down to first base on the intentional walk. While Clemens still looking for his first hit of the year. Coming up 0 for 17 at the plate. Dickerson at second, Sardinez at first, 2 down. Numbers between Miami and San Diego. And he takes strike 1. So there's your first strike on the first pitch. Offensive swing, and he's down 0-2. Inning started with Ryan Schimpf being hit by a pitch. Doubled by Dickerson into the gap, scored Schimpf from first. Back-to-back Ks of Rosales and Norris. And the intentional walk of Sardinez to get to Clemens, and Bradley's ahead of him, 0-2. And Clemens will take a pitch high and inside. Archie Bradley with 3 strikeouts, a walk through the first 2 innings, and now trailing in the game. Fouled off. It's a piece of the home plate umpire, Dave Rackley. Where did that get him?
Shoulder, maybe?
It has staggered him. Well, Simon coming out here to check on him, trainer for the Padres. Glanced off of Goswitch. Into the high shoulder, side of the neck area. Kind of the collarbone maybe area.
Will Simon, the trainer, one of the trainers on the bench for San Diego. giving him a look over.
He's good to go here, it appears, as the Padres have come in and checked on him. I've seen more umpires get hit this year.
I was just going to say that.
High rate.
I forgot who it was last week. They got one right off the top of the mask and had to Field and Culbreth?
Brian O'Nora?
Brian O'Nora.
Brian O'Nora.
Yeah, there it was. And he had to call it a day.
Ball and 2 strikes here to Clemens with 2 on, 2 down. And that'll bounce in. So Bradley's had some control problems.
Nice block there by Tuffy. Good technique. Bearing that, got that right off the chest protector. Keeping it in front of him.
Strike 3 call freezes Clemens and ends the inning. The Padres are going to strand a pair. But Alex Dickerson drives one into the alley in left center field, scoring Schiff from first and giving the Padres a 1-0 advantage. It's on to the 3rd we go. To the top of the 3rd we go. Alex Dickerson driving in the game's only run. And maybe damp out there, but right now precipitation free. After what, an hour and 10-minute rain delay to get the night started tonight.
And the ground crew, Matt Balo and his guys, doing a great job here in San Diego.
Tremendous. Had the field lined up and then they covered it so that when the rain was over, quickly get ready for baseball as they did tonight. Now Paul Clemens got a 1-0 advantage. 2 strikeouts through the first 2 innings. He'll be dealing with the bottom 3rd of the order for the Diamondbacks. Haniger, Goswitch, and Bradley. Haniger, a .260 hitter. And the curveball starts him off for strike 1.
It's like Paul Clemens can throw 2 types of curveballs. That big get me over, which we just saw there, and another one that's kind of on the firm side.
A little tighter.
Yeah.
talked about it before. It does appear to be his best pitch, though. Yes?
When it's on, it's a really good pitch. Boy, if he can just locate I know it's easier said than done, but that's something he can work on. Starts and in between the seasons as far as going into next year, because he really needs to do that. And there's the proof. Off the curveball, a 171 average. The fastball, 340.
That'll be down, and it's 3-1. High in the air, down the left field line to the corner. Dickerson headed over. A towering fly ball that's going to come down into the mitt of Dickerson. 1 foot in foul ground, 1 in fair, and it's out number 1 of the 3rd inning. So 7 in a row now retired by Clemens. 1 down here in the 3rd inning. Tuffy Goswitch, the batter. Under 200, 3 homers and 7 runs batted in. Now Clemens allowed 3 earned runs in 5 innings, taking a no decision in his only start against the Diamondbacks back August the 18th. It's a bounce out to Sardinez, who races in and takes care of Goswitch. 2 down. And that'll take us to the pitcher, Archie Bradley. Prior to the last start, Clemens 1-4 with a 5.81 earned run average in 7 starts, but 5 shutout innings in his last start against the Giants. Good Giants lineup on the 12th and 1 that he pitched through with the flu-like symptoms. But battled his way through and was highly successful against a good Giants lineup.
Sometimes pitchers feel too strong. Sometimes pitchers are under the weather and it kind of slows them down a little bit. Next thing you know, you're into the 6th inning or so. It's funny how it works, man. You can feel like throwing a no-hitter in the bullpen. You go out there and you get the ball taken away after 2 1/3. And then there are times in the bullpen you're like, oh my gosh, I can't throw a strike.
I got nothing.
I've got nothing. Next thing you know, you've gone 8+. No guarantees either way.
I mean, there are times where you felt great in the bullpen and it carried over to the mound to begin a game.
Oh, sure. Sure. There's been those times too. Sometimes, I remember one time with Seattle pitching at Dave Valley up in Anaheim. I just felt like I had no arm speed. Come to the dugout and go, Val, I got nothing. He goes, dude, you got some good fuzz today.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm like, how? He goes, just keep doing what maybe he was lying to me. Maybe he just wanted to get in my head.
Oh, no, your stuff's really good. You got good gas today.
Hey, part of being a catcher, right, is trying to pump up your pitcher.
Right. It's like a pitching coach, an extension of the coaching staff.
Exactly. Know what buttons to push. Look at
that is strike 3, nasty.
Great. That was a lane changer on the 2-seamer.
3rd strikeout for Clemens, 1-0 Padres. By Geico, September the 20th, 1984, a 5-4 victory over San Francisco at Jack Murphy Stadium. Padres win their first division crown in addition to winning the clincher. Tim Lawler hits a 3-run home run in the second inning to help his cause.
You know who Tim Lawler hit that home run off of?
No.
Mike Krukow.
Really? Wow.
Tim Lawler can hit. One of the better hitting pitchers in Padre history.
Well, some light rain falling from time to time. The mound area has become a tad slippery, and Archie Bradley having some traction problems. Larry Van Over, the crew chief, out there, and one of the trainers was out there checking it out, and Bradley not overly comfortable with the mound as it is right now.
I was just going to watch his follow through when he stepped. If there was any give. Because if you plant and then give, that's when you can run into trouble.
Like a slide almost?
Yeah, exactly.
He wanted something, the tool to get the mud out of his cleats from the dugout.
Sometimes trainers will take a couple of tongue depressors and then tape them together. You just put it in your back pocket. Or, don't use your right hand. He's okay. He's got a big.
Smacking it.
Yeah, that thing's. What's that? My gosh.
I would think the tongue depressor would be more effective than smacking it with a stick or whatever that thing is.
Looks like a big magnet, doesn't it?
It didn't really work, did it? Did you see much coming off?
I would rather have something thin that you could go in between the spikes and scrape off.
Travis Jankowski trying to bunt his way on. Lamb's throw is good and in time. Nice play. Bang, bang. Nice bunt bid, but an even better play by Jake Lamb racing in.
That is a beautiful play by Lamb. Wet conditions. Nice job by Travis. That ball checks up. See, it's got some backspin, so when it hits, it's going to check up a little bit. Lamb on the run, the barehanded grab off balance, and then the accuracy of the throw gets a speedy Jankowski.
So one down here in the third brings up John Jay. Jay struck out looking in the first inning, one of 4 strikeouts through 2 1/3 innings for Archie Bradley. Changed up.
Okay, now John Jay has seen the fastball, the curveball, now the changeup. Remember, he struck him out in the first inning on a changeup looking. Or, I'm sorry, check that. A curveball looking. A curveball. And Bradley, once again, always looking at his cleats. Getting a lot of mud on there.
Strike 3 call, and Jay has struck out again. That's 5 Ks now for Bradley. 2 down in the inning. Back to work he goes on the cleats.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the San Diego Padres and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Diego Padres.
Going to town on the cleats. Definitely sliding at the end of his delivery. 2 down here in the third inning. Will Myers, the batter. Myers grounded out to the third baseman, Jake Lamb, in the first inning.
If you're a long strider, Don, as a pitcher, that's kind of in the back of your head to where if you really get extended your normal stride and you've got that thought in the back of your, I might slide a little bit, that's going to play with your mechanics a little bit.
In the air, shallow center. Out goes Segura. In comes Haniger. Look out. It's Haniger. He's going to take charge and make the catch. Padres down in order. We're on to the fourth. It's 1-0 San Diego. Yasiel Puig and Madison Bumgarner are getting into it. There is some history between these two in the past, and more conversation ensued last night. Turned out to be a walk-off win for the Dodgers later on. But an angry or mad Bumgarner. Seen this before.
We have seen it before, and the Giants are really in a tailspin right now. I know it's very, very frustrating, but it's not only the Dodgers that has happened with Madison Bumgarner. I mean, there's been some issues against the Padres as well. And you know what? Guys can't look at Madison Bumgarner. I mean, I just don't understand it.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm all about being intense and everything, but I mean, come on.
Yeah, there's a line, and you wonder if there was a purpose last night because the Giants have been playing so poorly. Obviously not playing very well, losing games late. 8 blown saves in the month of September alone. So you know that the Giants aren't going very well, but I think he did it on purpose. I think he wanted to fire up the troops, and it backfired on him with the loss last night to the to the Dodgers.
Popped up from third comes Schimpf about halfway down the line to take care of it. We're talking about the history prior to this, and we flash back. And this was May the 9th, 2014. The home run for Puig in a conversation halfway down the line that continued all the way across the plate, and then Bumgarner throwing at him in September of 2014. This dates back a few years ago.
I think a lot of it is just gaining an edge and that competitiveness. We've talked about it before in our broadcast too, Mark, with you saying about Bumgarner. He's taken it to another level now, and I think he's trying so hard to be that tough guy. And obviously everyone knows what type of stuff he has, but I think it was overboard last night.
I mean, everybody shows a little bit of emotion every now and then. Now, let's say a Giant hits a home run and shows some emotion. Does that mean that the opposition is supposed to throw at one of their guys or mouth off to one of their guys and say, hey, don't look at me?
How much is that pitching with that edge, though, that anger? We've seen some guys over the years who use that as a tool, just pitching angry.
Well, I think Pedro Martinez was the guy that had that and realized that is the edge that they want. I don't have any problem with that. But you look at it and trying to be forceful about it and picking weird times. And then last night having that anger, having 97 pitches, and he doesn't go out for the 8th. There's a lot of strange things that happened last night in that.
And there are guys.
Norris will come on back, discard the mask, and take care of out number 2.
And then there are guys who just have nasty stuff and let their stuff do the talking. They don't do any type of stuff like that.
Yeah.
Here's the scenario right now in the National League West. And if the Giants win, a 3-way tie in the National League wildcard situation, the Mets, Cardinals, and Giants. Look at the Giants right now, and to me, Sweeney Dog, their biggest problem, there's a few. Obviously, the offense the entire year, that was a question mark right out of spring training. But the end of games now is a very big deal for them as far as who's closing.
It sure is. Santiago Casilla had that opportunity, and he has not pitched well enough. But it's been a culmination of everybody. Think about September and what Bruce Bochy does so well is he manages a bullpen and puts them in good situations. He's tried to do that with a full complement of pitchers down there. I think they have 12 on their roster down in the bullpen. And it hasn't happened for them. They've lost a lot of games, and that's devastating. It's deflating to a club.
Now, if you go, and this is what they were doing when we were there last, was pretty much going with bullpen by committee. Have you ever seen that work? I mean, it doesn't seem like if guys have defined roles, it works very well.
No, and I think if the Giants end up, just getting in or not doing anything in the playoffs, they're going to look back to that trading deadline and say, why didn't we address that? Why didn't we try to get Andrew Miller? Why didn't we go out there and possibly getting after Chapman? And here we go. Most blown saves. That'll tell the story.
Wow. You win half those games and you're in a dramatically different situation.
And remember, a blown save isn't just the closer coming in the 9th and blowing it. It's like if they have a lead in the 7th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and they give up the lead. So, once again, it's from after the starters and beyond.
But you know it, and you've been in those bullpens that can lock it down. And everyone, as a Padre fan, knows about that.
This will eat up Rosales and get into center field. Tough hop. Almost a shift there on the right side. He was in the perfect spot, but it jumped up on him, and a tough hop. We'll see what they rule. Going to be a base hit here, it appears, for Goldschmidt, who's aboard with 2 down in the inning. Just exploded up over his glove.
I was talking to Bob Brenly before the game, He's the color analyst for the Arizona Diamondbacks on TV, and he said that is something that Goldschmidt has not been doing consistently. Here's Bob. He's been in kind of a pull mode and not going to the opposite field quite as much, and that's why he hasn't been putting up the numbers.
Throw to first, and a short lead for Goldschmidt. Not a problem getting back.
You know, before that hit, I was talking about from the Padres' perspective, knowing that you had a Trevor Hoffman, a Heath Bell, Houston Street locking that last 3 outs down. It starts with that, but you have to have those guys to bridge it to that bullpen, and that ace that you have. It's such a luxury. You see all the teams now that have that lockdown ninth inning guy. It's such a luxury to have.
Certainly that guy could do it, and getting the bridge to him was throughout the years good. And you think about the Giants and the way the second half has gone for them. Started right here, dropping the first 3 games of second half against the Padres. Went on a dreadful road trip and finished up in New York. I think they won 1 game on a 3-city tour to begin the second half, and kind of set the tone.
Remember Mark Davis in 1989? He saved 44 games. He walked away with the Cy Young Award. He was our lockdown guy in the 9th inning.
Yeah. You think about it, though, the Giants first in baseball, best record in baseball the first half. Second half's been the worst. And it's been a culmination of, like you touched on, it's not just the bullpen either. The offense has been horrible.
Can't
when
score
it comes down
runs.
to it.
We watched that last night of the whip around and everything else. Enjoyed your work on FS1 last night.
Thank
Tremendous
you.
work.
Thank you.
A lot of stuff going on last night in baseball.
There's
It
a
was
lot
fun
of
night.
stuff. It's they call it whip around. There's a lot of highlights that we don't see until you guys
so
see
it's
them.
time to whip around.
So it's
huh?
great. It's great to talk about stuff that you have no idea what's going to happen.
It's awesome.
It's
Keeps you on
really
your toes.
it's comfortable.
Yeah, I bet. Well, he did a great job.
Oh, thank you. It's the people behind the scenes and obviously those hosts that set things up. It blows my mind that they can do that.
So on foul back, 1-2. Had a lot of late action last night too. You had the walk-off the Giants. You had the Blue Jays holding on there barely against the Seattle Mariners. Some late night baseball.
Isn't this the fun time of the year, though?
Oh, yeah.
And when you have those, especially the extra wild card, and so many things that factor in. Everyone's wondering if that day is going to change so many things. I love this part of the year.
You're running out of time. Game 151 tonight. We're getting down to it now. Every game's so important. Really, the playoffs have started for a lot of teams right now. Goldschmidt being held on by Clemens. The rain falling harder now as precipitation is back with us again.
You can hear it on the field mics.
Runner goes, and a swing and a miss. Clemens will pick up his 4th strikeout. To the curveball again. 4th K for Clemens. 1-0 Padres. 30. And you take a look around, Clayton Kershaw, 125 wins under the age of 30. And how about Rick Porcello all of a sudden putting together 21 wins this year in his second season in a Red Sox uniform? And Madison Bumgarner still looking for that elusive 100th win. He's been trying to get him now for a couple of starts.
I look at that list, and Rick Porcello jumps out. In Padre talks, I think it was 2013 or 14. Remember, his name was brought up in possible acquisition for the San Diego Padres. But what's the common denominator of all those guys? They can throw a fastball 8 out of 10 times where they want. They've got secondary pitches that are basically can spot and are unhittable. And they're consistent at doing just that. And we might see this guy.
Yeah, I'd love to see that little boy 15 years from now dominating the big leagues.
Look at, he's working on his mechanics.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Stay on top of it. There you go.
It's definitely on top, I would say.
You think Rick Porcello, though, that record is going to be, I mean, with 21 wins already this year, he's dominating, and he's on a roster that has one of the best offenses. Mookie Betts, Jackie Bradley Jr., Pedroia's having a great year.
How about Hanley Ramirez?
Oh, you know what it's like for a starter to go to the ball yard, know that you're going to start for the Red Sox tonight?
It's a lot easier.
His first year, not very good. This year, 21-4. He mentioned a complete game victory yesterday for him. 89 pitches in that complete game victory against a very good Orioles team. And people were complaining at the time that he was signed $82 million. Paying this guy $20 million a year. Now it looks
like a bargain.
Good.
Yeah, it looks like a bargain right now.
All of a sudden.
And only 27 years old.
Right. Now rain falling again here in San Diego. Seems strange to say. So there's been like 7 rain delays at this place, and one of my games is a rain delay.
Yeah.
How does that work out?
Schleprock. We're going to call you Schleprock.
I've been here like 5 minutes.
But isn't it nice and refreshing to see the rain, though, when it happens? It's shocking.
It's good for the earth.
That's elevated, and Schimpf is on again. He was hit by a pitch in the second. Now he walks here in the 4th inning. Well, we're talking about rain delays since this park opened in 2004. There have not been many. In fact, not all of it rained. Bees.
Yeah, watch out.
Astros.
Watch out for the bees. The killer bees.
Were they
against the Astros?
Oh, yeah, you got Biggio, Bagwell, all those guys.
Exactly.
So the bees in 09, huh? Rain, there was a suspended game, and tonight, an hour and 10-minute rain delay, but still having a great time. Doesn't matter. You get the ice cream, it's all good.
How good does that look?
Oh.
We need a machine like that up in the press box.
Or the booth.
You should put it in one of the notes.
Why would we share with other people?
Yeah.
Like the writers and stuff? No.
That's ours.
It's just Donnie, Mud, and Sweens.
We'd be just wearing out a path to that machine.
Can you imagine if Mud had the machine in the booth? In Atlanta, he had 3 ice creams in one day.
With sprinkles?
Two before the game, and then post-game.
He's a big sprinkles guy, right?
Jimmy's, they're called, right? East Coast,
Jimmy's.
Jimmy's. And then crushed Butterfinger.
Yeah. Not too many calories in there.
No.
Is he having an issue now with the spikes again, or just a little chat with Ghost Wish?
Everybody eating ice cream. I personally like the waffle cone myself.
Oh,
love the waffle
cone. You get a lot of ice cream in a waffle cone.
Better have a napkin underneath, though.
He does. He's ready.
He's a veteran. He knows
Orange whip. Orange whip.
Not his first rodeo.
3 orange whips.
That is on the corner to Dickerson. It was his double that drove in the game's only run.
Oh, the end around.
Aha. Nicely done. Short lead at first by Schimpf, held on over there by Goldschmidt. And Dickerson with a healthy hack has him down 1-2. Bradley coming in at 7-9 individually into his 24th start of the year. Trying to avoid that one big inning. We were talking about it. He has had it consistently during the year. Kind of a blow-up inning, and trying to elude that. And giving up 1 run. Evens 2-2 now to Dickerson. The curveball in the dirt. Only one hit tonight for the Padres, and you're looking at him, Alex Dickerson, with a double in the second. Only one hit tonight for the Diamondbacks. Paul Goldschmidt with a 2-out single in the top half of this inning, but he did not advance after Lamb struck out to end the fourth inning. 2-2. To right, struck well. Tomas going back. He won't get it. It's going to be over his head. Headed towards third is Schimpf. He'll get there on a double by Dickerson, who's 2 for 2 with 2 doubles on the night.
This ball smoked. Mark Sweeney, he went the opposite way his first at-bat. He goes down and gets this one. I love the way he swings. I love the way the ball jumps off his bat.
Well, the good thing, too, the first pitch of his first at-bat was a fastball going the other way. Again, a 93-mile-an-hour fastball into right center, to your point, Mark, and that's a good sign when Alex Dickerson is squaring that fastball up. I think that's a key for him moving forward.
You know, the one thing that sticks out, guys, about Alex Dickerson, remember Steve Finley was going around the minor leagues, and Alex was in the minors. He said, I'm amazed at how the ball jumps off his bat and he uses the whole field. And we've seen that since he's been here at the big league level. Sure, he's gone through some, some rough times and making some adjustments, but he was right on.
Yeah, when he squares it up, it just leaps off his bat. Has a different sound. I think a lot of scouts will always think about the sound off the bat and how strong his hands are.
Rosales has picked it up offensively, no doubt, lately, having a chance to play on a more regular basis and seems to be helping his timing. Another look at the swing of Dickerson on that last double.
Well, you see it, and when he gets his foot down, the timing is perfect. You see the little uppercut of his swing, but committed to that fastball. And that is huge for Alex Dickerson to know that, to your point, Don, having that playing time is essential, and I think he earned it. When he went down to AAA, kept on hitting, came right back.
Boy, Bradley has really done a number of pitching inside to Rosales tonight.
That's definitely been the plan, has it not?
Yes, that first at-bat, all of his pitches with Bradley were down and in, down and in. He eventually struck him out on a fastball down and in, and once again, trying to get his hands in. That's down by the label.
Good start to the inning. Schimpf at third, Dickerson at second, nobody out in the Padres' fourth inning. And again in, and Rosales turns on this and fouls it over by the Diamondbacks dugout. Derek Norris on deck with runners at second and third. Padres on top, 1-0. That'll bounce in, nicely blocked by Goswitch.
We get to 2-2. You don't want to go 3-2, so you can actually look inside. He throws that breaking ball, even fouling it off is a success, but look for that fastball in. Next pitch, number 75 on the night already.
That's in just 3+ innings, facing his third batter of the inning, does not have an out. To left field. Drury will make the catch. Tagging at third is Schimpf. Throw will go to third, and the Padres will take a 2-0 lead. Sac fly for Adam Rosales as San Diego on top 2-0. Rosales getting something he can lift, and he does on the sac fly.
You know what you got to like about Rosales is that 1-2 pitch that he took, the curveball in the dirt, and you think about at-bats and how you're going to construct them. Taking this pitch gets him another opportunity, and that he benefits from with a mistake fastball that he gets for a sacrifice fly. Nice hitting by Rosales.
So 1 out, Dickerson still in scoring position at second base, and it brings up Derek Norris, a strikeout victim in the second inning. taking a hack at that first offering. Rosales having a chance to play on a more regular basis lately as well. His timing coming around at the plate also offensively been very good lately for the Padres. Rosales getting the start at second base again tonight. Norris may have gone. They'll check. He did not. Says Chad Whitson, first base umpire, and it's 1-1.
Tremendous movement on that two-seam fastball there.
Paul Clemens enjoys a 2-0 advantage. Already locked in on the 5th inning when he's ready to take the hill.
I'm not going to challenge him to a stare down.
I don't think you'd win.
Winner.
1-1. Check swing again. Did he go? No. Walk to start the inning. The double by Dickerson. Second and third, Rosales with a sac fly picks up his 29th RBI. Padres pick up their second run, take a 2-0 advantage. Now Norris ahead here, 2-1. Flares it foul, 2-2.
See Goswitch do the old hop and step. He was going to set up away, then he set up late inside. And, you know, I'm not saying it happens all the time, but sometimes runners at second base will give away location. Whether they touch the knee, whether they pick up a foot, who knows? Doesn't happen every time, but setting up late. Right?
Well, location to a hitter is a huge benefit.
Swing and a miss for Norris. Strikes out for the second time tonight. There's 6 strikeouts now for Bradley. 2 down in the inning.
Well, when Archie Bradley was in the minor leagues, he would touch 96, 97. That was at 93, a four-seamer. It had a little bit of cut to it, and Derek Norris cannot catch up to it.
So 2 down here in the 4th, and Luis Sardinez will be put on again. Second time tonight that he has been intentionally walked to get to the pitcher's spot, and Paul Clemens.
And I wanted to ask you, Mark, too, why is it a dip of velocity? Is it more command, or is it just them losing that and wanting to get deeper in the ballgame?
You know what? I can't answer that because I haven't seen Archie Bradley all that much. You make a good point, though, regarding guys taking off a little bit of their fastball to maintain control. And if you could do that, I've got no problem with it. There are times when you can kind of reach back later if you have that to where you're deep in a game. You're at 93, 94, 93, 93, 97.
Well, that's the reason why I asked, because if you think of it, Clayton Kershaw, when he first came in, was 96, 97, could touch 98. But he pitches now at 92 miles an hour. It's consistent, but he'll add on at times when he has to.
Yeah. Hey, give me, I would say give me control, pretty good control at 93, 94 to where you can hit your spots 8 out of 10 times rather than 97, 98 and getting waffled right down the center of the plate, not being able to command it.
Well, they intentionally walked Sardinez to get to Clemens. Last time the Diamondbacks elected to do this, they struck out Clemens looking. He is 0 for 18 at the plate this year between Miami and San Diego. Just missed on the curveball. Six strikeouts already on the night for Archie Bradley through 3 2/3, but the pitch count a problem. He's at 85 pitches through 3 2/3 innings tonight. Rifle foul, and it's 1-1.
Just think, to put in perspective, 86 pitches now to get 11 outs.
It's not good.
No, that's That's a heavy workload.
Chip Hale has 12 relievers at his disposal in the pen. The roster's expanded. Swing and a miss on a pitch down and in, 1-2.
That's 7.9 pitches per out up to this point for Archie Bradley. That's
Is that good?
That's
Swing and a miss, and he comes back to strike out Clemens for the second time. 7 Ks for Bradley. Another run for the Padres through 4 on top, 2-0. Clemens was out there getting ready for a 7:10 start time. That did not happen, but he was out there warming up, getting ready in the pen. And then at 8 p.m. goes out into the actual bullpen and started warming up. Of course, our first pitch tonight around 8:20 as both starters getting ready for tonight's game prior to the hour and 10-minute rain delay.
You know what some guys will do? I'm not sure what Paul Clemens' plan is, but when you do that, you play the long toss, get some, arm strength or your arm loose before it start. Maybe go in because of the delay. Maybe put some hot packs or maybe even a jacket just to keep that arm loose. I'm sure he was stretching quite a bit as well.
And you think about the facilities at these new ballparks, and they're afforded to do so many different things to just keep ready. And for the hitter's perspective, they probably run into the cages, take some swings, try to work on some of the routines that you're going to do.
Rain falling again, on again, off again throughout the night here at Petco Park, and we play on to the 5th inning. Yasmani Grandal going to lead it off.
Do you even have an umbrella here?
I do. I brought one.
You do?
Yeah. I had one in my car.
And you leave it in your car?
I left it in my car, and of course it was the car that I had shipped from Rhode Island, where it rains a lot more than it does in San Diego. This is lined to left, down towards the left field corner for Tomas. And he's headed for second base, standing with a double to begin things here in the 5th inning. First extra base hit of the night, and the first Diamondback to visit second base.
Oh, the hanging breaking ball. And you know what? For Tomas, the bad breaking ball or the too fat of a fastball, that is what he's going to hit. As I mentioned in his first at-bat, he struck out. He will chase. He'll chase early. And that's one of the pitches you can't afford to throw him.
If you make a mistake to him, he's going to make you pay.
That's right.
29 home runs, 75 runs batted in. Pitch outside to Brandon Drury. Drury, a strikeout victim in the second inning. And a strike over the outside corner. Haniger waiting on deck as Diamondbacks try to make some noise for the first time tonight.
He's got a good two-seamer, doesn't he, guys?
Yeah, he does.
He brings that two-seamer back. Boy, if he could get those crosshairs where he wants to throw that ball consistently, to mix in that curveball as well.
A little bit low, and it evens. They're actually now 3-1. Drury's got some pop as well. 15 home runs on the year. Rain falling a little harder now. A swing and a miss.
Now these young hitters in these situations, when you're down runs, you have to be able to move the runner. Doesn't mean that you sacrifice yourself, but commit yourself to hit the ball to center field or right field. When you get to 3-2, you just got to take your axe.
Protects the plate there and carves it foul off to the right.
All those pitches, as you saw in our Fox tracks, are out on the outside corner.
That one too close to take if you're Brandon Drury. Another one, and you'll see an 8th pitch. A battle here between Drury and Clemens with nobody out in the 5th. Rain falling throughout this entire inning and on again, off again throughout this entire game. Hour and 10-minute rain delay to get the night started.
Think he'll drop a curveball on him here?
No, as this one fouled off.
Sticking with the two-seamer. Well, I got reports that it's coming down out in at the double wide in Tucson. Yeah, it's pouring.
Alpine, Arizona.
Yeah.
Mudslides.
Yeah. Hey, there's Lee Smith, big-time Padre fan. Hey, Lee. Protecting the lid there. It's a good man right there.
On the ground, foul. Will do it again.
Had to cover up the salt licks because they'll dissolve in the rain. Had to get the lawn chairs in.
Can't get those wet.
Yeah. The windsock.
I love the windsock.
Ooh.
Fouled it off himself. Ten-pitch at bat right now. Taking a little walk after fouling that pitch off himself. Happy youngster right there.
Well, two-seamer down can work 3 things here. The foul ball, like you just saw, the grounder to the left side, maybe this way to keep that ball in front of the runner, or a swing and a miss.
I see Will Myers in at first base right there too. So a hard ground ball, he could actually throw to third base for Tomas.
Another one fouled off to the right, and this battle continues.
Now, so many things defensively you want to do is you want to think before it is hit to you. With that 2-run lead, you probably take the out, but if it takes you towards third base, Tomas doesn't have very good speed.
Likes the hat.
That's great. That is great.
On the ground, foul. Will do it again.
Well, if you look at the Fox tracks, what looks like buckshot. I mean, there's so many pitches. There's been only maybe 3 or 4 pitches that have been in the heart of the plate there. He's trying to work the corners nicely. 1, 2, 3, 5 pitches out of the 12. Maybe 2 or 3 just catching a lot of the zone. So
pitch 13 of the at-bat coming up. And it's lined to right, but Jay's in a perfect spot. He ends up having to go back a step, reels it in, then fires inward to the infield. Drury finally retired on the 13th pitch of his at-bat. As he lines out to Jay in right. Time now for greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. News and notes. For all 4 innings, 5 hits, and a 6-3 win at the Brewers. All 3 pitchers that attended Grossmont High in El Cajon, California.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
You think about 3 pitchers going to the same high school that are starting in the big leagues.
yeah, A.J. Griffin, a USD Torero after Grossmont High, pitched for Rich Hill. And one other little nugget. The Musgroves have a coffee shop out in Alpine. Diane and Mark are friends of mine for many years.
Do you frequent?
I've known Joey since high school. So Diane, Joey's mom, said, hey, Joey likes to, these Nike gloves, baseball gloves. I said, well, let me do some groundwork. So Chris Young was with the Padres, and he wore a Nike glove. And I said, hey, I've got this friend. He's a high school kid. He wants to, wants to play professional baseball, and he likes the glove you use. Chris Young goes up to his locker, right out of the plastic bag. Here, give this to him. The kid was Joey Musgrove as a high schooler, and now he's pitching in the big leagues.
And he's probably doing it for somebody else too, and paying it forward.
Isn't that a great story?
It is.
First of all, Chris Young, prince of a kid, and Joey Musgrove chasing that dream, man. So it's just a really good story.
You think about those though, with 3 guys from the same high school pitching in the big leagues, not just playing and pitching on the same day. That's got to be pretty special for Grossmont High. Obviously, this is a hotbed for a lot of talent, especially in baseball.
Softly grounded, charging is Schimpf on the run, and they get Haniger. But reaching third base is Tomas. Nice rangy play there from Schimpf, charging in. He had to, has not hit hard. Gozwich coming up here now for the Diamondbacks. So the runner at third for the first time for Arizona in this game. Gozwich grounded out to shortstop in the third. The center fielder Jankowski over to right center for Gozwich to go the other way. And not very deep.
Yeah, pretty important hitter too, because with Bradley on deck, you'd probably think they'd go to another hitter off the bench. High pitch count.
Yeah, 88 pitches through the first 4 innings. And home plate umpire David Rackney looking into the Diamondbacks dugout and barking at somebody. That's who he's barking at. Chip Hale.
You know what I'm doing if I'm a Padre fan? I'm sitting above the Diamondbacks dugout. I'm just airing out the umpire right now.
So he may mistake it as Chip Hale?
Just turn around and then yank, then eject him.
Toss him.
Right. Good curveball right here by Paul Clemens as catching inside corner. Derek Norris frames it.
So if you're down there in earshot of Mark Grant, start yelling at the umpire if you're behind the dugout. Do your best Chip Hale imitation.
Yeah. That's happened before.
You throw your voice?
No, but somebody yelling above the dugout, and you've had an altercation, or maybe somebody in the dugout yelled, and the umpire ejects the wrong guy.
Fly ball struck well to right. Jay was shallow, going back, still going onto the dirt of the track and make the catch. Bit of an adventure out there on the dirt of the track, but reeled in by John Jay to end the inning. Tomas is left at third thanks to this grab by John Jay. Barely off the heel of the glove. He holds on to it. 2-0 Padres. The trade focuses on
Will Myers. Will Myers has made some adjustments, and it has been a successful 2016. Going back, standing tall at 2015, not much of a leg kick. And you can see just lifting up and putting it down. But on the right side, you can see the leg kick, but also the launch angle. The uppercut swing has produced 26 home runs to date. Last year, 8 home runs, and All-Star this year. Will Myers has made some really nice adjustments. Very athletic stance, approach, and it has worked.
He'll be batting third in this, the bottom of the 5th inning. Travis Jankowski, 3rd inning, he is led off. 0 for 2 in the ball game tonight.
I think the big thing with Will Myers is health. We talked about it in spring training, how important it was. He has shown that. Has had a dip in production in the second half, but I don't mind that because it's been a successful year. He's been very good defensively and putting up huge numbers offensively.
They worked hard in spring training defensively, no doubt about that. So I'm out there every day in preparation for his first full year at first base, and he has been very good. Grounded up the middle. Owings will move to his left and throw out Jankowski for the first out here at the bottom of the 5th.
Got in on him a little bit there.
And bring us to John Jay, who made a catch off the heel of his glove out there on the warning track in right field.
Saved a run.
Yes, it did. Clemens out of the inning unscathed as it turned out, and Diamondbacks leaving a runner at third base. Jay's had a tough night at the plate. He struck out twice, both times looking. There is Will Myers waiting on deck. Fights it off on the ground. Segura to his left for the second out of the 5th inning.
Well, we know Will Myers as a big kid, obviously. We've shaken hands with him, haven't we?
Strong hands.
Oh, my goodness. It's like placing a brick in your hand. It's unbelievable.
No batting gloves, a little bit of tape. Take strike 1. 0 for 2 in the game tonight. Has grounded out to third base and flied out to center. Broken bat, soft liner. Owings will catch it below the cap high. It's a 1-2-3 5th inning that sends us to the 6th. It's 2-0 Padres. The Friar's going big.
Oh, believe
He's
it.
not going home either. As we move along here to the 6th inning, Padres have a 2-0 advantage. And coming up here will be Phil Gosselin to pinch hit for Archie Bradley against Paul Clemens into the 6th inning. So Phil Gosselin pinch hitting here in the pitcher's spot as that'll do it for Archie Bradley. Won the first 5 innings through 96 pitches in tonight's game. Gosselin on the year hitting at .280 with 2 homers and 12 runs batted in. That is pitch number 75 of the night for Clemens.
You know what I like? You know, the uniforms these days are so light. Mark, did you play back when they were kind of like the heavy polyester?
Yeah, I did.
Right? So you know what I'm talking about. But the uniforms now are so light, right? And the under sleeves. I remember wearing wool sleeves. Yeah. Even sometimes when it's kind of on the warm side, just I like that feel. But, you know, a pitcher might change his shirt maybe 2 or 3 times during an outing. But that dry fit stuff, that's really a lot better than in the old days when you had the cotton or the wool sleeves.
Yeah, it is a benefit.
Line and caught by Sardinians.
It's benefit, especially on nights like this, and you go to over to Miami, and you get to be able to change that uniform.
Time now for the In the Driver's Seat, brought to you by Kia, and Clemens so far has been in the driver's seat. 5 1/3, 2 hits, no runs. Walked the batter, struck out 4. Right now in a stretch of retiring 4 in a row, and 6 of the last 7. Gene Segura bats with 1 away.
Well, you got to say, for Paul Clemens tonight, that command of the fastball and the movement on his 2-seamer, to me, has been a difference maker tonight.
Absolutely, working from the windup quite a bit. A walk in the first inning, then 2 hits.
Off of him, he'll run to the third base side. His throw will be in time. Bang, bang play. Segura gets down the line very well and almost beat that out. Clemens didn't panic after it went off him. And let's see if they're going to challenge this, as the trainer and manager will head out and check on the starting pitcher.
Looks like he got his pitching hand. Makes a great throw to first base. Then he checks his hand. Accurate throw.
Oh, he got him. He's in some pain. Not good.
And you get those competitive juices flowing. It's just natural reaction to put your bare hand out there to try to get that ball up the middle. Curveball right up the box.
Ooh, right off the thumb.
Yeah.
With as well as he has been pitching in only 75 pitches, nobody warming in the pad.
Hey, you get hit in the thumb, it gets numb on you, or it starts to swell up a little bit. I mean, that's
Changes
a
everything,
huge
right?
factor on all of your pitches.
Oh.
Yeah.
Paul Navarro, the trainer out there, over his shoulder. Trying to get the feeling back in that thumb area. Four warm-up tosses and now discussion.
I mean, if there's any little part of your delivery that you feel that's off a little bit, or you're a little tentative or something, I mean, hopefully you can make an adjustment after getting hit there.
Clemens taking a little stroll in behind the mound.
That's a long stroll.
In the midst of a meeting with himself.
I love that.
And now heads back up the top of the hill, back to business, and Darren Balsley onto the phone.
Big fan of that, though, by the way.
You like that?
Oh, I love it.
In the midst of a meeting with himself. You're going to hear it a few times over the years.
Big fan.
It's part of my smack. Fouled off to the right, out of play. Down by way of the K. He'll take with him his third or fourth strikeout, whatever it is. I don't have much smack, but it's part of my smack.
I like down by way of the K.
You like that?
Yeah.
You'll get sick of it.
No.
No, I won't.
5 in a row retired by Clemens. The last out, a painful one. Trying to pitch through it here after taking one and went off. Appeared to be the thumb, and a little slip there at the end of that delivery.
See the water coming off the sleeve?
Wow.
And that sleeve goes all the way over his hand after he delivers it. That would drive me crazy.
I couldn't have that. On the ground, Sardinia's to his left, a little bobble, and safe at first is Owings. And Sardinia's charged with an error here with 2 down in the inning.
Well, these are the errors that are going to drive you crazy, because Sardinius loves this, but it's the transfer. You'll see once he starts gathering this, the transfer, with a lot of infielders will flip it to their throwing hand. But that's not an error that can happen at this level.
Now the key is to throw as few pitches as possible to get that third out. Hey, that was great location. That's a good sign. It was a good location and a grounder. Good two-seamer away.
Paul Goldschmidt, 1 for 2 on the night. A quick check. Not Owings at first base. Not only does he have to throw more pitches, but he's got to throw pitches to Paul Goldschmidt now. 2 outs in the inning. Only 2 hits allowed by Clemens through 5 2/3. Single for Goldschmidt his last time up. And Yasmani Tomas a double in the 5th. It's been it. Missed on the fastball. Double-barreled action in the pen. Hessler and Quackenbush. Darren Balsley checking on Hessler and Quackenbush. Goldschmidt fouls it off, evens the count at 1-1. Talked about earlier, struggles for Goldschmidt. Hasn't homered in the last 21 games, sitting at .244 the last 21 games. The .479 slugging percentage, the least that he's had since his rookie season of 2011. Drives this out toward deep center field. Jankowski back, and that ball is gone. Game tied with one swing of the bat, 2-2. The error by Sardinez gives Goldschmidt a chance, and he ties it up 2-2.
Didn't get it down and away, and when Paul Goldschmidt is swinging the pole very well, that's what he does. We saw it to right center field. Did that single in the fourth, and then this one, El Centro.
That is a night for Paul Clemens as Goldschmidt has tied this game 2-2. We step aside, the tie game now from Petco Park. Inning in what would have been the third out of the inning. Chris Owings grounding to shortstop and an error charge to Luis Sardinez. Bobble on the transfer and an error leads to this, a two-run home run by Paul Goldschmidt. And the end of the night for Paul Clemens. Now Keith Hessler into the game as Goldschmidt gets his 21st home run of the year. Andy Green making the pitching change, and Hessler in here with 2 outs, bases empty. And Jake Lamb, the batter. And the pitching change brought to you by El Cajon Ford.
Well, sometimes you come to the ball yard and you might just need to get one hitter out and keep it at 2. Keith Hessler, Arizona and San Diego. This is his 14th game. Fastball, breaking ball. Well, the way Goldschmidt's been swinging the bat, talking to some of the Diamondback people, you know, he's been missing some mistakes. Well, he didn't. That was one he didn't. And it's kind of frustrating because Clemens made that good pitch on the outside part of the plate, get the ground ball, but hey, errors are going to happen. It's about bouncing back.
Padres shifting on the right side here on Jake Lamb. Lamb will take it the other way in the air. Sardinia is out, Dickerson in, and Dickerson will make the catch that ends the inning. 2-run home run for Paul Goldschmidt has tied this game 2-2. Today by Smart & Final, now at 25 stores across San Diego, and by Mercury Insurance. We're on a mission to save you money. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com today. Well, the complexion of this one has changed in a swing of the bat for Paul Goldschmidt, who has tied the game 2-2 as we play along to the bottom of the 6th inning. And a new pitcher on now for the Diamondbacks, Zach Godley, into the game.
A swingman, a starter, and a reliever, a 4-3 record. High ERA, though. Good opportunity for San Diego to bust this one from a 2-2 tie. Opponent's almost hitting 300 off Zach Godley.
Ryan Schimpf leading it off. First batter that he'll face here in the bottom of the 6th inning. So Archie Bradley, who threw 96 pitches through 5 innings, will not be part of the decision tonight, giving up 2 hits and 2 runs. Walked 3, 2 intentionally. And struck out 7 batters in 5 innings. And Zach Godley into the game. Schimpf, Dickerson, Rosales. And that is ball 3. You call that a strike? He
yes,
did.
He did.
Wow. So it's 2-1.
Wow.
Was that a strike?
It's closer to a pitch out than a strike.
I thought so. Now it's 3-1. Schimpf has been on twice without the benefit of a hit tonight. Hit by a pitch in the 2nd. Walked in the 4th, has scored both Padres runs. And he takes the strike, full count. None of them have been strikes from what I see on that chart.
I'm right there with you.
You see the chart?
I saw the chart.
The Fox tracks there. Can we see the Fox tracks again? There they are.
Yeah.
Which one of those is a strike? That would have been a strike. There we go. Hey. Fouled it off. And a piece of goes which, and the home plate umpire, Dave Rackley. in the dirt, and Schimpf is on again. Second time with a walk. And a good start to the bottom of the 6th inning. This rooftop shot is brought to you by Pinnacle on the Park. For a while tonight, it was tough to see from that angle with the rain falling, but in an hour and 10-minute rain delay, there's rained on and off again tonight. And we play here into the bottom of the 6th inning. Lead runner on for the Padres and Ryan Schimpf. And here's Dickerson, 2 for 2 in the ball game with 2 doubles. And he takes strike 1.
Well, it was on the corner, okay. Corner of 8th and K. Look at that.
That's
you
not
look
a strike.
at it.
Ball and a strike to Dickerson. Double to the gap in left center field in the 2nd. Double to right in the 4th inning. Drove in the game's first run. Picked up his 34th RBI of the year.
Ooh.
Takes the strike right down the middle on the curveball. 1-2.
Good breaker right there by Godley.
He went around on a pitch in the dirt, taken off for second and getting there is Schimpf. So a strikeout for Dickerson, but a stolen base for Schimpf gets him into scoring position with 1 out of the inning.
Well, back-to-back curveballs by Godley. And you see Ryan Schimpf sliding into second base, but how he gets there, see the secondary, he reads the ball in the dirt and wisely advances to second base. That's a good read, knowing that he has that breaking ball. It's got to be in your mind before it happens.
So the wild pitch gets him to second base into scoring position with 1 down. We'll get you a game break coming up. Dodgers and Giants meeting again tonight. Big series going on at Dodger Stadium. 1 out, 1 on. And Rosales will take a pitch inside.
Well, as a reliever, Godley's out there in the bullpen. He's following along, and that first pitch to Rosales. How was Archie Bradley pitching him all night? Hard stuff in until he got that fastball that you talked about, Mark Sweeney, for the sacrifice fly that caught too much of the plate to drive in that run.
Strike called, low strike. Go-ahead run in scoring position here for the Padres with 1 down in the 6th inning. Rosales trying to deliver it.
I think if you're sitting at home, you're saying, why isn't he swinging at that, knowing it's coming? Well, that's not his strength. Rosales has to go to his strength in this situation, especially in runners in scoring position, looking for your pitch.
More action. Escobar in the pen, the left-hander. In the dirt again. Goswitch able to keep it in front of him. He's had a few of those in the dirt in this inning. One has led to Schimpf to second base. Rosales to left field. Drury going back onto the track at the wall. That ball is gone. 2-run home run for Adam Rosales, his 11th of the year. The Padres have retaken the lead on top 4-2. He'll sprint his way around, all the way around.
Well, you go back to his last at bat and just performing, getting to a pitch that he likes out over the plate. Go back to this at bat. It's a little cutter away, getting his hands extended for Rosales, and he has the strength on our Phantom Cam. Really on the end of the bat, but strong enough to get it out to left field. Using that lower half of his body to really drive that baseball out of the ballpark.
That seemed to fool Drury in left field. Carrying better than he thought.
Oh, that's a yard sale.
Oh. Now he's blaming it on the fence.
Had it. Did he end up with it? Looks like he ended up with the ball.
Good for him. He got it twice.
Well, Norris down here 0-2 with 1 out. And a chopper foul outside of third.
Well, you said it, Don. He has been swinging a hot bat, Adam Rosales, after the slow start on the season. Continues to get playing time, and he's earned it as of late.
Offensively, certainly feeling it. You have to feel like the playing time coming on a more consistent basis, helping his timing at the plate. Grounded foul outside of third. Mark, I mean, we've talked about it many times before, but as a player, platoon player, a guy coming off the bench, doing a lot of your work during batting practice and trying to simulate games for yourself, that'd be very difficult from a timing perspective.
Yeah, you really got to trust your process of what you're getting ready, and I think that's what leads to Adam Rosales as being a benefit, because he comes to the yard expecting to play, expecting to be a part of that game, and his versatility is what I think Andy Green loves.
Norris strikes out, third time he's done that tonight, and that is out number 2 of the 6th inning. 9 strikeouts in the game now for Diamondbacks pitching. 2 down, and Luis Sardinia is coming up. When you think about Adam Rosales, I talked to him about it earlier this year. At one point, he was just one of the guys here. All of a sudden, you get towards the end of the year, and this roster has changed so much. All of a sudden, he's one of the older guys and a leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah, and I think they rely on that leadership as well, and the example he puts forth.
And Mark, you know, as a position player, it can happen so quickly. An injury here, an opportunity there. Hey, it can go north as quickly as it can go south.
Yeah.
That's why you always got to be ready. And Adam Rosales, he comes to the yard like all these guys. You got to be prepared in case that happens.
Love his attitude too.
Yeah, because Adam Rosales is not here to be an everyday player. He's here for that injury or that opportunity that Andy Green inserts him and wants different energy. He brings that energy to the field every single day.
Sardinez with a swing and a miss, strikes out, and that will end the 6th inning. But a 2-run home run for Adam Rosales. His 11th home run of the year has given the Padres their 2-run lead back on top 4-2 after 6 from Petco Park. Giants and Dodgers, but still fighting for that top spot in the National League West. As Eduardo Nunez on a questionable home run to left, they reviewed it, and it is indeed a home run. That would give the Giants their first run of the game. They now have another run and enjoy a 2-0 lead over the Dodgers tonight as they try to bounce back after the walk-off win last night for Los Angeles. Well, Adam Rosales has hit a 2-run home run that has given the Padres their lead back on top 4-2. Time now for the Arco top-tier player profile. And it's Yasmani Tomas. Home runs tied for third with 16, RBIs with 41, and slugging percentage at .614 in the top 10.
But there's a punch out in there going into this game. 127 strikeouts for Tomas. Now make it 128 after his first time to dish tonight. Enter Kevin Quackenbush. 55th game for Kevin. Had his second save of the season on Tuesday. It was against Colorado.
Talking to him the other day when we were in Colorado about things he worked on in El Paso. He talked about tightening up his breaking ball. And that's the thing he really worked on. And it seems like it has really worked since coming back in that regard.
Absolutely. And you know why? Because it eliminates getting that hump in it. If you kind of soften it up a little bit, you'll get that hump and it won't have that break. If you're firm with it, you get out in front with it, you'd rather miss down with it like we've seen so many times before rather than up in the zone.
Throw with more conviction.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. Absolutely. Be aggressive with it. He'll be getting a ring. He was part of the Chihuahuas this year, right?
Yeah.
All those guys that played AAA this year up at the big leagues, they'll be getting a PCL championship ring.
That's a base hit inside the line at first, maybe extra bases as Tomas thinking two. Jay digging it out of the corner. And Tomas will pull it up at second base with a leadoff double to begin things here in the top of the 7th inning. Right inside the bag at first. 2-hit night for Tomas, both doubles in this game.
You know the phrase how guys let the ball travel? Watch on contact, because usually guys will hit the ball out here, but look at where Tomas hits it. Right off that back knee. The hands are first, the barrel follows, and where does he hit it? In between Will Myers and the bag at first base.
Well placed, ended up all the way down in the right field corner. And by the time Jay could dig it out from the 322 marker in the corner, Tomas at second base. Now a curveball dropped just high. Brendan Drury 0 for 2. Has struck out swinging and lined out to right.
You know, this is one of those innings we were talking about before, Don, when we were talking about closers, right? Well, essentially, Quackenbush is the 7th inning closer here. I mean, who knows? The Padres might score 3 in their bottom half and 4 in the 8th. But if they end up winning this game and that happens, you go back and say, you know what? Kevin Quackenbush is the one who held them at 4-2. They might add on if the Padres add on.
Lined out to second, Rosales in a perfect spot. Reels it in on the backhand for the first out of the inning. Now sharply hit for Drury, just the wrong spot, and Rosales picks it at second base.
Yeah, that's a hang with him because the breaking ball sure was hit hard, but that's exactly where Rosales is playing on the spray chart on that certain pitch, and it works to the advantage of the Padres.
We were talking about closing. That was another thing that Quack and I talked about the other day, was how comfortable he is in that role. We've seen him do it a few times.
Sure.
When he's been asked to do it here in the second half of the season. He looks very comfortable. Of course, did save some games 2 years ago, and saving games in the minor leagues as well, so he's certainly not foreign to it, but he loves it. He loves the adrenaline of closing games out. One of the guys that thrives on that kind of spot.
Back in 2012, he saved 27 games in Lake Elsinore.
Haniker, the batter, runner at second, one down.
Led the league that year for the Storm, Kevin Quackenbush. He had a .94 ERA in 57 2/3 innings pitched. That's a good year.
Line to center coming in is Jankowski. Will make the catch on the sinking liner and fire back towards the infield. That's out number 2.
Hey, football fans, Chargers Insider returns tomorrow when the crew breaks down the home opener against the Jaguars and previews Week 3 against the Colts. Tomorrow after Padres Live on Fox Sports San Diego. Mike Pomerantz does such a great job on that show.
Now 2 down here in the 7th inning. Tomas at second base, and Tuffy Goswitch is going to be hit for, it looks like. Here he's been called back to the dugout. So Wellington Castillo is going to come up. Goswitch had been 0 for 2 in the game, grounding out, flying out. .268 average, 14 home runs, 66 runs batted in. Wellington Castillo does the bulk of the catching for the Diamondbacks. And he shoots one foul down the right field line, out of play. Swing and a miss, has him down 0-2.
That's an 88-mile-an-hour fastball that just snuck up on him right there. Up and in.
Some late life.
Yeah, what is it? You know, it's a proven fact. Kevin Quackenbush is one of the pitchers with the better spin rate on that fastball. Maintains life through the zone.
Kyle Jensen has come out on deck for the Diamondbacks. Good hit in the pitcher's spot if we get that far. 2 down here in the 7th. And a pop-up foul, out of play. Wellington Castillo pinch hitting here with 2 down in the 7th. Goldschmidt and Tomas, the problem. They've got 4 hits in this game. None for anybody else. Looking at the Diamondbacks box score. Double by Tomas to begin this inning. Drury lined out to second. Haniger lined out to center. Now the pinch hitter, Wellington Castillo. Another foul, jam that time on a pitch up.
Tough to get up on top of that pitch, huh? Pitch number 6, top of the zone. Oh, how nice. Give it to a kid. Good for him. That's what it's all about, right, Don?
Absolutely. Two, and that is going to drop high. 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up for Wellington Castillo. It's been a battle.
Seems like 5 of those 8 pitches have been up in the zone as well. Got to be careful here. Do not throw Castillo a hanging breaking ball in the zone to speed up that bat.
It's a fly ball. Left field, Dickerson will put it away and end the inning. Quackenbush works his way around to lead off double for 2 Padres. Anderson sends it into the alley in left center field to produce the Padres' first run. Ryan Schimpf coming around to score it. Back would come the Diamondbacks. First the error by Sardinias and a bobble on the transfer leads to this. 2-run home run by Paul Goldschmidt that ties the score 2-2. Chase Clemens from the game. But Adam Rosales coming up with a 2-run home run, his 11th of the year. Gives the Padres their 2-run lead back again on top 4-2. As we play into the bottom of the 7th inning, and Brett Wallace going to pinch hit in the pitcher spot out of the 9 spot here in the bottom of the 7th. Rosales' big home run came in the 6th inning with Ryan Schimpf at second base. Wellington Castillo stays in the game to catch after a pinch hit for Tuffy Goswitch. Godley back on the mound again for the Diamondbacks, his 2nd inning of relief. He gave up the 2-run home run to Adam Rosales. Also struck out the side as it turned out. A walk and a home run mixed in.
There are home runs and there are big home runs. That's a big home run by Rosales, breaking the tie. You know, it's one thing when you're up 10-2 or you trail 10-2, you hit a solo shot, but that was a big time 2-run shot by Adam.
Swing and a miss, and he's down 1-2. Padres with action in their pen. Looks like Buchter getting ready for the 8th inning. That's been his area of expertise. Breaking ball and a swing and a foul tip. Box score tonight for the Padres. They're actually being out-hit in this game by the Diamondbacks, 4-3. Out of a 4-2 lead. Dickerson and Rosales with the hits. Big ones. 1-2. And a swing and a miss. Gets away. Breaking late is Wallace, and he'll be thrown out by the catcher Wellington Castillo. Strikeout to put out. There goes 2-3. 4th K for Godley. Well, tomorrow's starters brought to you by Rancho Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Good matchup. Zach Greinke and Luis Perdomo. Get you started at 5:30 and the first pitch at 6:10 tomorrow night here from Petco Park. Good pitching matchup for the finale of this 3-game series against the Diamondbacks. It's been fun to watch Luis Perdomo mature at the major league level. Seemingly getting better and more confident each start. And he'll be matched up against one of the game's best pitchers.
Well, his confidence has just skyrocketed, isn't it?
Sure has.
And once again, staying healthy, getting the opportunity once every 5 days at the big league level. It's going to do wonders for that kid in the future.
Now it picks up the corner, evens the count at 1-1. Quiet night for Jankowski at the plate. He's grounded out 3 times. Down 1-2.
Godley's got a good hammer.
On the ground by the mound softly towards Segura. His throw in time to get the speedster Jankowski. And there are 2 outs here in the 7th inning. Our game tonight presented in HD by Sony. Great pictures as always coming to you from Petco Park in San Diego. With some precipitation tonight and an hour and 10-minute rain delay to get it started. John Jay 0 for 3 in the ball game tonight. Has struck out twice and grounded out. Why are you touching me? What were you doing?
I think your cord was kind of like too long.
What are you doing?
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Because when they show us on camera.
This is opposite field, sending Drury back, and he'll make the catch in front of the warning track, which ends the inning.
Plus, I like you so much.
Lead over the Diamondbacks, top of the 8th inning. Mark and I working on Padres Live, the postgame show, which will be brought to you by Cox Communications. Right now, though, Adam Rosales, our Bill Howe, play of the game.
Yeah, this was a separator for Adam Rosales. 3 RBIs on the night, but nothing bigger than the 2-run shot to add some space. Adam Rosales with a quick trot, absolutely love it.
Yeah, top of the 6th, the Diamondbacks tied this thing with a 2-run shot by Paul Goldschmidt, but Rosales would unlock that tie, I should say. 4-2 is where we stand right now. When Mark and I see on Padres Live, the post-game show, we're going to take a look at that AAA championship game involving your El Paso Chihuahuas, and not just the final score and the highlights, but what that means in the way of September call-ups, which we expect to see here in the next 24 to 48 hours. Plus, you'll hear from Andy Green. We'll get you an injury update on the starter tonight, Paul Clemens. So we'll see you after the final out. Don and Mark.
All right, thanks very much, Mike and Mark, as we get ready for the 8th inning. Ricky Weeks Jr. is going to be pinch hitting here against Ryan Buchter, new pitcher in for the Padres. 8th inning, it's Buchter time, his 67th appearance of the year.
I'm your 8th inning man, baby. Stop me when I'm passing by. See, now all my flavors are guaranteed to satisfy. Ryan Buchter having one heck of a year. 67th game for the left-hander. Great looking splits. Not afraid to bury the fastball in, breaking balls into the right-handed hitters. Like that right there to get ahead. A little slider at 84.
So Weeks leading it off here in the 8th inning. Then Jane Segura and Chris Owings here in the 8th. So the number is 4 Weeks. We've seen him coming off the bench in this type capacity in the season series for the most part this year. Swing and a miss, and Buchter strikes out Weeks to begin things in the 8th.
Short Weeks, short work, I should say, of Weeks Jr. Wasting no time, going with the fastball, beating him on the fastball up and on the inner part of the plate. That's a good pitch by Ryan Buchter.
Now Gene Segura getting his 4th plate appearance of the game, a walk, a pop out, and a ground out.
Got a lot of Baba Booies out there tonight. You know, the great thing about small crowds like this, you can hear it from the field mics.
I don't know if players always like that, you know, because you get to hear everybody.
I've heard about 25 of them tonight. Hear it?
Yes, I did. Now, not only are you a Howard Stern fan, but you are a contributor, are you not? From time to time.
Big fan.
Yeah.
King of all media.
That's right.
Best.
And he likes you.
Well,
who doesn't? I mean, what's not to like?
I'd like a strikeout here.
On the outside corner, and it's 2-1. Diamondbacks have double-barreled action in their pen right now. It's Buchter in here for the Padres. 4th arm used by Andy Green. 1 out in the 8th.
What a fine Ryan Buchter has been this year.
Tremendous. Delgado. Leon in the pen. Buchter in the game right now for the Padres. Padres pitching has retired 4 in a row and 5 of the last 6. Ball 4 to Segura, and down to first he goes with 1 out. So a tying run will come to the plate here in the 8th inning.
A very close pitch down and in, just didn't get the call, and that's really a tough pitch to really stick right there on the inside part of the plate.
So 1 out, 1 on, and Chris Owings coming up. Owings has flied out to the warning track in center, fouled out to the catcher, and reached on the error committed by Sardinez in the 6th inning. And a miscue for either side. There's a swing and a foul tip for strike 1.
You know what Buchter does? He attacks. He is aggressive. He doesn't nitpick. He does not nibble.
Holding opponents this year to a 163 batting average. Infield for the Padres at double play depth with 1 out. Segura at first base. Fly ball foul down the right field line, out of play. Jankowski moving from left center well into right center field. And straightaway center field, lots of grass there, but Dickerson ranging over too. Well off the line. Well illustrated by Mark Grant.
Just following your lead there, big boy.
To right field, and John Jay for out number 2.
The most popular way to follow Padres baseball is with MLB.com at bat. The #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy live look-ins, highlights, game day scores, StatCast, live radio broadcasts, and more. Get MLB.com at bat on your favorite devices now. It's a great app.
Now Goldschmidt tied the game with his 2-run home run in the 6th inning. And here he is now with 2 outs in the 8th. Trailing by 2 again. Buchter missing for ball 1.
The majority of the time that the Padre hitters have gotten Goldschmidt out has been down and away, getting hit with the fastball, and then because he will chase. He'll chase up a little bit and then breaking ball down and away. First pitch was a fastball. He's going to go back out there with a fastball.
Throw to first, very short lead for Segura. No problem getting back, just a step to get back. Brandon Morrow warming in the pen. And it is Buchter right now. 2 down in the 8th. Segura at first. And that's ball 2. 2-0 now to Goldschmidt.
Well, remember the 2-run home run? Pitch number 3, that was the bad pitch in the 3-pitch at bat to Paul Goldschmidt.
Fouls it off to the right, out of play, and it's now 2-1. See where it ended up.
Well, he wanted it down and away, and that ball leaks up. And when you get Goldschmidt extended, and when he's swinging the bat well, it's foul pole to foul pole. Right field, right center, left field, all the way around.
Well, he bats here representing the tying run right now, potentially for the Diamondbacks. 2 down. Segura at first base. Home run for Goldschmidt in the 6th, his 21st of the year. Lifts it down the right field line, foul and out of play. And it evens at 2-2. Goldschmidt also with a single tonight to go along with that 2-run home run. So a 2-for-3 night for the 3-hitter in the Diamondbacks order. Two. Popped up in the infield left side. Ryan Schimpf waiting for it to come down. Look out, and he makes the catch. Wow. Little stumble there, but he makes the grab that ends the inning. We're headed to the bottom of the 8th. 4-2 San Diego.
the way he's covering that ground out there now, and start thinking about some of the other guys that are coming and imagining an outfield with those guys out there. And you can see in the future how you start having a very, very good defensive ball club. But I think all Solarte's been through this year, what he's done on a baseball field is unbelievable. I couldn't imagine performing on a field to the level that he has with all he's been through with his family. So there's been a lot of stories. There's been a lot we've fought through this year.
Well, I think that's the buzzword that you guys heard just then. Andy Green saying fight. The word of this season is fight. This season has been nothing short of a battle for these Padres. A lot of young guys playing through their first major league season here into September. Andy Green could not be more excited to get those September call-ups. As you guys mentioned earlier on in the game, he's been playing with a short bench. But tomorrow is the day a lot of brand new faces will be here at Petco to greet Andy Green tomorrow before the game.
All right, Julie, thanks very much. Look forward to that, and always a great time of year getting a look at the future of the San Diego Padres. Dominic Leone into the game here now for the Diamondbacks.
You know what? I totally agree with the way Andy Green goes about his business and the way he tries to get these players to finish, right? To run through the finish line. I've been in many, like any athlete, football, basketball, baseball. When you have a team meeting and things aren't going your way, and maybe, it's a long season, right? Guys get tired, but I've heard managers, coaches say, don't give up on me. Do not give up on me. I will not stand for that. And that's the way Andy is.
Go to the finish line.
That's right.
Watch your face, Will Myers. Down to go.
Oh, man, that's
Buzz the tower.
Does it amaze you how guys, just the reaction time, how they get out of the way of that?
Well, Leone's been a little bit all over the place here, falling behind 3-0. And the last pitch, the most alarming. Drives this towards left center field. That'll get down. Quickly by Haniger to the track of the wall, and Myers scampers to second base with a leadoff double to begin the bottom of the 8th. Got to credit Will Myers. Get a pitch up by your face, and then you come back and do that.
Tell you, that's great concentration. That's just eliminating the pitch prior. Okay, try that. Buzz in the tower. Now you got to hang in there, right? That tells me that you erase it from the hard drive. You concentrate pitch to pitch, the situation at hand. Oh, you're going to buzz my tower? Guess what? In a heartbeat, I'll be standing on second base, yo. That's good hitting right there.
Good start to the bottom of the 8th inning. Myers stands at second. Ryan Schimpf now the batter. Schimpf tonight has been a big part of this game. He does not have a hit, but he's been hit by a pitch and has walked twice and has scored 3 runs. Outfield set up straight away on Schimpf, sitting on 19 home runs. Pops it up foul off to the left out of play.
Oh, he had a great pitch for number 20.
I'd love to see Ryan Schimpf get his 20th home run of the year. Games remaining after this game tonight. Including a trip to Arizona to take on these Diamondbacks. Final 3 games of the regular season will be spent in Arizona. Finale of the season series, finale of the season. Two-one pitch coming up. And that's on the outside corner, I guess. 2-2.
Good movement on the two-seamer. And he gets a call.
It was right out of the strike zone.
Yeah, it was. Now he's really got to protect. Now, if you're pitching, Don, what are you doing? You're going right back out there, aren't you?
I would.
Oh, I would too.
Morrow and Mauer.
Say that quick 3 times.
Morrow, Mauer, Morrow, Mauer, Morrow, Mauer, Morrow, Mauer, Morrow, Mauer.
I said 3.
3? I did it like 4 or 5.
You did 5.
Take that. 2-2 down and in. I think I messed it up somewhere in the middle there too.
No, you did quite
That's
well.
all right. Okay. Dickerson waiting on deck.
I'd like to see Alex get one more at bat. Maybe add on here to that 4 that the Padres have. Have 3 or 4 runs to work with as they go to the top of the 9th inning.
Payoff pitch. Taken off for third is Myers. Ship's swinging away and sent it out towards left center. Haniger on the run will get there. And Myers got to get back to second. And he will. He was running on the pitch. Shimp sends it out to left center, but Haniger's there to make the catch. So the first out of the 8th. And here comes Dickerson. Double in the 2nd to drive in a run. Double in the 4th inning. And he struck out in the 6th, so a 2 for 3 night for the Padres left fielder. Dickerson will not get a chance. They're going to take the bat out of his hands. Wellington Castillo calling for the intentional pass, and that one almost got up over Wellington Castillo. Hard for some pitchers to do this.
Well, I'm anxious to see this second one.
Nothing guaranteed about these.
That's why I'm in favor of you got to throw all 4 of them.
Wow.
He's guiding it. You see, he's like guiding it and pushing it. That's a no-no.
4th one is no guarantee.
Oh, I can't wait to see this one.
Hey, that wasn't too bad.
No.
All right, so the intentional walk. Easier said than done sometimes. 2 on, 1 away, and Rosales coming up. His 2-run home run. Back in the 6th and a sac fly in the 4th. 3 RBIs tonight for Rosales. And a chance to do some more damage. Padres looking for more insurance here as they bat the last of the 8th. Myers taking off for third. The pitch is low and inside. No throw, and a stolen base for Myers as he takes third base.
That's a huge run out there, and you can see how wet the track is still. I'm surprised Will Myers didn't stick in the dirt like a lawn dart. I mean, he has got a tremendous amount of mud. Look at the skid marks there, and then look at the wet mud on his jersey and pants. It's a mess.
Now 90 feet away with 1 out in the inning. Rosales to left field. Drury coming in will make the catch. Myers headed home, and Will Myers will score another RBI for Adam Rosales, his 4th of the night. 2nd sac fly for Rosales, but he's driven in 4 runs, and the Padres take a 5-2 lead. Well, stolen base, big for Myers.
Yep. And like that sac fly in the 4th inning for Adam Rosales, he got a pitch up enough, sure he got jammed, but deep enough to score Will Myers and the Padres to add on.
Should mention, too, Myers with that hit, that double in the 8th inning. 88 hits at home this season, the most at Petco Park in Padres history. So more milestones reached for Will Myers in what has been an incredible season. Now Derek Norris will foul it off to the right out of play. He struck out 3 times in the game tonight. Eleven strikeouts in this game by Diamondbacks pitching. But the Padres have a 5-2 lead, batting here in the bottom of the 8th. Outfield straight away, Dickerson at first base with 2 down here in the 8th. Two and one. Leon, the 3rd pitcher used by Chip Hale tonight for the Diamondbacks. Archie Bradley started the game, not part of the decision. 5 innings, 2 runs. Zach Godley, who's on the hook right now for the Diamondbacks. 2 innings, 2 runs. Giving up the 2-run home run to Adam Rosales. And Leon has been charged with a run of his own here so far in the 8th. 2-1 to Norris. And it's 2-2. Swing and a miss, and Norris strikes out for the 4th time tonight. But a run for the Padres in the bottom of the 8th, taking a 5-2 lead in the 9th. Pinnacle on the Park. Make your new home here. Visit pinnacleonthepark.com for details. By Petco, where the healthy pets go. And by your San Diego County Lexus dealers. Adam Rosales has had a huge night here tonight for the Padres, driving in 4 of the 5 runs. And guess what? It's time now for our Carl's Jr. star of the game. Guess who?
Adam Rosales couldn't happen to a better kid. Putting a good swing on it. Love to see that sprint around the bases. A couple of sac flies, 2-run shot. That's a good night in the big leagues.
Now Jake Lamb going to lead it off here as Brandon Maurer tries to finish it off. Grab his 12th save of the year.
How huge is that run that the Padres scored in the bottom of the 8th to make it 5-2? Now a 3-run lead.
Shifting are the Padres on the right side. Lamb will take a look at ball one. Fly ball, left center. Jankowski will give way to Dickerson, and that's out number 1 of the 9th inning. With one out, Yasmani Tomas coming up here. He's had a good night. 2 doubles in the game after he struck out in his first at bat. So 2 for 3 tonight for the Diamondbacks right fielder. 34,319 were here at one point tonight. 34,319. To right field. John Jay going back, and it's going to be caught by Jay and right. That one looked destined to be over his head, but he reaches back and makes the grab. 2 down. All Maurer could do is laugh. How did he catch this?
Yeah, he's twisting, he's turning. The end result finds the bag, and even Brandon Maurer can laugh about it.
Great catch by John Jay.
Yep.
So 2 down here in the 9th. And it brings up Brandon Drury. He will take strike 1. Time now for the Cholula flamethrower. What do you got?
Well, with Maurer out there, it's Maurer power. 94, that's hot sauce, yo.
Drury will tap it foul. 0-2. Outfield deep, and they play for Drury to go the other way. Jankowski to right center. 2 down in the 9th inning. 0-2. On the ground toward shortstop. Sardinez races in, throws on the run, and in time, the Padres win. Drury grounds out, and a 1-2-3 inning. Will they challenge? As the Padres here kind of standing around waiting to see if the Diamondbacks will challenge this. On a close play at first base. I don't know. What do you got, Mud?
Wow.
That's pretty close.
You know, I was watching when the ball hit the back of the glove and then watching the foot hit the bag. It's very, very close.
They are not going to challenge, and the Padres have won. That is it. San Diego takes the first 2 of this series, winning the series. Big night for Rosales. What do you got in store, Mike Pomerantz?
Well, we're hoping to hear from Adam Rosales when we see you on the post-game show. Also from Andy Green, we'll get you a condition update on the pitcher, Paul Clemens, and we'll have a preview of SD Live with Travis Jankowski.